The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 22, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marcus J. Molinaro to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address an issue that impacts nearly 200,000 women each year. Triple-negative breast cancer, or TNBC, makes up 15% of invasive breast cancer cases in the United States. And unfortunately, this deadly disease fails to often show up on scans or even in biopsies. This form of breast cancer can spread quickly, and sadly, because of the nature of the cancer cells involved, there are fewer treatment options available than compared to the other forms of cancer that many patients face. Studies have shown a geographic link to contracting TNBC, and 3 out of every 1,000 women in Pennsylvania will contract this form of breast cancer each year. That is why it is so critical that we raise awareness for this disease and encourage women to be screened, as catching this disease early can significantly improve patient outcomes. Even if you're feeling well, talk with your doctor about being screened for cancer. These procedures are often non-invasive and can make the difference in your family and in your life. Together, we can raise awareness and fight against deadly diseases like triple-negative breast cancer that claim far too many American lives. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate National Agriculture Day, we recognize the farmers, the growers, the producers that work to feed our families and provide our children with nutrient-rich foods that they so desperately need. Dairy farmers in central Pennsylvania work hard to provide the dairy products like milk and cheese and yogurt that are essential to childhood and adolescent development. Bones, muscle, brain, and vital organs all rely on products like whole milk for healthy development. The whole milk that cannot be replicated by inadequate imitations that are found in plants and in nuts. Our students deserve better than these fraudulent products, and we cannot allow almonds or soy to be passed off as dairy to American families. It is time to ensure that whole milk is once again available in every school cafeteria. It is time to pass legislation like the Dairy Pride Act and the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act that will support families, support the growth of students, and support our dairy farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last term, when Democrats were in control, we put people over politics and passed a bipartisan infrastructure law to rebuild your roads, bridges, and highways, to take lead out of water pipes, and to put broadband internet everywhere, from rural areas to cities to suburbs and everywhere in between. This year, when Republicans took control of the House, what did they do? They spent the enormous resources of their committee staff and the time and attention of their members to hold not one, but 2 hearings complaining about Twitter. They also took turns to read the United States Constitution on the House floor. How does that help you, the American people? It doesn't. But it's worse than that. Republicans are actually trying to now pass extreme bills that are going to actively harm American families. This week, we're going to vote on a bill that's going to make it easier for books to be banned at schools. It is also going to violate the privacy rights of students. Because if your child, unfortunately, has an eating disorder, or is cyberbullied, or is harassed, or is bullied, that information is going to have to be posted on a public website that the school has. And every other student, every parent is going to know that this is happening at the school. That's an outrageous violation of privacy. And let me tell you what are the amendments that Republicans rejected when Democrats tried to make this extreme bill better. Here are some amendments Republicans rejected. Republicans voted no on an amendment to remove lead pipes from schools. Republicans voted no on an amendment to ensure kids had access to healthy meals. Republicans voted no on an amendment to help keep firearms out of schools. Republicans voted no on an amendment to prevent schools from monitoring students' menstrual cycles. Republicans also voted no on an amendment to prevent the censorship of the teaching of the Holocaust. This is an extreme bill. It's going to do horrible things to students' privacy, and it's going to increase books that are banned at schools. So in addition to doing stupid stuff and trying to pass extreme bills, Republicans have now gone on a rampage about what the Manhattan District Attorney is doing, without even knowing what the purported charges are or what the grand jury evidence is. What if the evidence is overwhelming? What if it is rock solid that an American by the name of Donald Trump committed crimes? How do Republicans know? They don't. And you know what else they cannot explain? When Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, was arrested, indicted, convicted, and went to prison for participating in an illegal hush money payment scheme to Stormy Daniels, not a single Republican leader complaining now said a thing about what happened to Michael Cohen. They cannot explain why they are holding Donald Trump to a different standard. Michael Prison served prison time for participating in an illegal hush money payment scheme to Stormy Daniels. In America, we should apply the same standard to all Americans. No one is above the law, not the former president's enablers, not the former president's attorneys, and not the former president himself. So let's let law enforcement do their work. Let's let the judicial process do its work. And let's wait to see if there are going to be any charges, what those charges may be, and what the evidence is. And then a jury or judge will get to hear this evidence, and the American people will see it, and the prosecution would have to show, beyond a reasonable doubt, with their evidence. And let me conclude with this. Every American, including Donald Trump, is entitled to the presumption of innocence in a court of law, and that presumption will also be applied. So let's just apply the law equally the way that our founders wanted it to be done. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to applaud the commitment of the United States Forest Service to see through the protection of the Bering River coal field in Alaska. According to the Forest Service, the Copper River watershed, in which the Bering River lies, is one of the largest and most biologically intact places on Earth. Mineral rights to the Bering River coal field are currently owned by a Korean company, which means almost 12,000 acres of coal fields in the Copper River watershed remain vulnerable to mining. Coal from the Bering River has no value in the U.S. coal market. We've got plenty in the lower 48, and extraction would only serve to benefit the Asian markets at the cost of decimating one of the few untouched places left in America. The current owner of the mineral rights expressed that they are willing to sell the rights, and the bid for appraisal opened last week. It is my hope that we are approaching the finish line of conservation of the Bering River, an effort that has been ongoing for 100 years. 46 conservation organizations have voiced their support of the protection of this invaluable natural resource. If a purchase of the Bering River coalfield is successful, all future generations of American sportsmen and women and outdoor recreationists can experience a magnificent wild country the way it emerged from our Creator. I'll take a brief moment to thank the late Representative Don Young from Alaska for his help and support of this issue to get it to this point. I also want to thank the Exxon Valdez Trust for extending a boundary so that that money could be leveraged to help set aside for future generations this important national asset. And with that, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in both sadness and anger. Now, I know how painful life can be as an openly gay person, and like so many in our community, I've also experienced harassment because of who I am. But these challenges pale in comparison to the onslaught of attacks against the trans community in this country today. House Republicans attack trans people as threats to kids, religious liberty, and to our local schools. But that just isn't true. The true threats are the discriminatory proposals against trans Americans that are being made in chambers and state houses across the country. Sports bans, bathroom bills, health care restrictions. These demonize and dehumanize trans people. With higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide, these bills literally mean the difference between life and death for so many in this community. But many in this chamber don't seem to care. It's part of a plan to ignite culture wars at the expense of trans lives. Now, as an immigrant embraced by this country, I believe that being a true patriot means advocating for all our people across the country. That's why I'll do everything in my power to ensure and safeguard the rights of all Americans, and that includes our transgender community. The trans community has been at the front lines of the struggle for justice and equality. Please know that we'll be there right beside you, fighting against these cruel and un-American attacks. Trans rights are human rights. We'll continue to fight until we win. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today to recognize Cal State Long Beach's 50th annual powwow. Specifically, I want to recognize the First Nations and the first stewards of the land where this event is held every single year. The Cal State Long Beach powwow is the longest running and largest social celebration west of the Mississippi River, honoring Native and Indigenous peoples. Now, I had the pleasure of attending this event just recently, and was incredibly impressed by the skill and the love shared with this community event. This year's celebration was especially important. It's the first time it was held past the pandemic. Now, established by American Indian students in 1969, the powwow includes Native dancers from across the state, the Pacific Northwest, and even parts of Canada. Events like this are important to highlight our Native American culture and presence within our country. It also serves to educate and develop the next generation of Native American leaders while bringing tribes together to highlight art and unity. In commemoration of 50 years of the powwow, we want to congratulate and thank Cal State Long Beach. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support art in all its mediums, from paint to dance to music to story writing. Our lives are enriched with the appreciation of the arts. And so today I rise to recognize someone who has been an amazing and influential artist in the city of Long Beach, and that's Dave Van Patten. Now, just last month, Dave topped a tremendous career by winning a Grammy for his work as artistic director of the box set album of the Grateful Dead concerts titled In and Out of the Garden. Now, Dave Van Patten's work is iconic, and you can see it all across the city of Long Beach, the city of Bellflower, and really across the state and beyond. His ability to blend surrealism, comic book designs, makes him a unique artist with a distinctive style across Southern California. I'm honored to know Dave. He's a constituent, he's a friend, and is an amazing artist transforming people's lives. Dave, congratulations, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address this House for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was the National Agricultural Day, a day to celebrate the contributions of American farmers, growers, and ranchers. You know, these hardworking men and women provide our families with the food, fuel, and fiber we need each and every day. Now, according to the USDA, the agricultural sector contributes nearly $1.3 trillion to our GDP in 2021 and accounted for a tenth of all U.S. employment. Now, my district in Southern Illinois is home to more than 10,000 producers and one of the most diverse agricultural districts in the region. In addition to corn and soybeans, Southern Illinois produces rice, specialty crops, livestock, dairy, wine, and more than one-half of the horseradish in this United States. But these aren't easy jobs. Farmers are often at the mercy of the weather and other factors well beyond their control. Now, as a member of the House Agricultural Committee, I believe that the new Farm Bill provides us a critical opportunity to put farmers first and support programs like crop insurance to strengthen our food security. Now, I'm proud to co-sponsor House Resolution 235, designating March 21st, 2023 as National Agriculture Day. And I will continue to fight for our Southern Illinois farming families every day that I serve in Congress. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a recognition to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on World Water Day, I rise on behalf of every American who lacks access to the most basic necessity of human survival. 4 years ago, 15,000 households in Newark, New Jersey were forced to rely on bottled water due to lead in the city's supply. As lead contamination levels approach record highs, residents of my state's largest city were forced to reckon with the reality that access to safe drinking water would not be and could not be taken for granted. I am grateful that Newark has since replaced nearly all of its lead pipes and that residents can once again trust that their tap water is safe to drink. In fact, had this emergency been unique to one city at one time, I probably would not have been compelled to speak here today. However, the year after Newark put an end to its emergency, infrastructure failures in Jackson, Mississippi cut off residents' access to safe water. Mississippi's capital city still lacks the resources to support residents in need. Let me be clear, this is not a Newark crisis or a Jackson crisis, or for that matter, even a Flint, Michigan crisis. It is an American crisis. It is due to climate change, outdated infrastructure, and systemic disinvestment in our most vulnerable communities. Millions of Americans risk losing access to water. As the wealthiest nation on earth, we have the resources, not to mention the moral imperative, to change that situation. Safe, clean water is a human right. If we continue to ignore the water crisis, communities across the country will face dire consequences for their healthy, safety, and well-being. I am introducing the Water Act because the time to act is now. In addressing water scarcity, we must realize our failing infrastructure, remove dangerous contaminants from our water supplies, and reinvest in the communities that have been hardest by the decades of privatization and austerity. The Water Act tackles these crises on all three fronts. My legislation will provide $35 billion annually to modernize our nation's water and sewer infrastructure. Cities like Newark are not outliers. Lead pipes are used in every single state. By overhauling our infrastructure, we can remove these dangerous components and eliminate the threat of lead contamination. My legislation would also clean up other contaminants as well, including PFAS, forever chemicals. New Jersey has some of the highest PFAS levels in the country. And Black, brown, and low-income communities suffer disproportionately from this contamination. Everyone, regardless of their race, their income, or their zip code, deserves reliable water access. That's why, in addition to cleaning up contamination, my legislation will provide grants to low-income communities to stop water shutoffs due to unaffordable bills. With these long overdue investments, we can prevent further water shortages, protect our current supply, and make emergencies like those in Flint, Jackson, and Newark a thing of the past. Water is the essence of human life, and as public servants, we must ensure that every family and every community has reliable access to it. And so I urge this chamber to take up the Water Act and pass it without delay. And with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about an extremely important topic that's very current and very disturbing in our nation, in our nation's schools, and the relationship with parents and their kids. Now, during the COVID lockdown, schools were closed and learning, much of it was conducted online, except for those courageous schools that did manage to stay open and teach their kids the normal way. But during this time, parents gained a valuable opportunity to see firsthand what their children were being taught in public school, and in some cases, what's in their libraries. What they found was very shocking to them. Now, we heard a conversation a bit earlier about, this is banning books. If you see the content that is in some of the books, some of the so-called educational materials, it's really nothing short of pornography that's being allowed to be in there. When did it become okay for kids to be subject to that kind of material, or the performances that are being brought to their libraries under the guise of openness, where it wouldn't be really any different than what is going on in a strip club, that you'd get in big trouble should you take your kid to one of those? How is that allowed to be normalized these days? So rather than teaching children their skills that they need and the knowledge to become successful adults, these activists, whether it's teachers, counselors, superintendents, they're filling their heads with this woke, far-left propaganda and pushing radical gender ideology on children as young as elementary age. In response to the backlash, teachers and public school administrators have attempted to keep this indoctrination and these agendas secret from their parents. Unbelievable. This included helping encourage students to keep secrets from their parents about hiding their lessons plans, curriculums, trying to ban recording in the classroom, obfuscating what materials were being shown to students, and shutting down parents who spoke out at public school meetings when they'd heard about this, even so far as having the U.S. Department of Justice refer to them as terrorists. They asserted time and again that parents did not have the right to be involved in their children's education. They claimed that once children walk through the schoolhouse door, those children belong to the state. Belong to the state. What is that? What are the echoes of that coming from? In 2021, parents across the country revolted at school board meetings and gathered to make their concerns heard in free assemblies. First Amendment protection. Now, in Loudoun County, Virginia, a father of a young girl who had been assaulted by a biological male was arrested for speaking out against the school board's decision to hide the perpetrator's history of assault against young girls. That decision put his innocent daughter and countless other students at risk. In my own district, in Northern California, a school district was caught secretly changing a young girl's name and pronouns, and even encouraging that something was wrong with her body. She was in the wrong body, filling her head with falsehoods. The counselor who encouraged this activity allegedly manipulated the young girl to keep her transitioning secret from her own mother. In both cases, parents rightfully pushed back against these insidious attempts by public schools to force woke gender ideology on their children. Unfortunately, parents across the country have been met with state force when they have tried to assert their rightful place as the supreme authority in their children's lives. The Department of Justice, again, and famously circulated a memo calling parents who exercise these rights
as domestic terrorists. As Americans gradually become aware of the rotten corruption that permeates so much of our public school system, it became clear that congressional Republicans needed to take action to support parents across the nation and enshrine protections against government retaliation. Last Congress, I introduced 2 bills, one that prohibits doctors from performing gender reassignment surgeries on minors, and another allowed victims those life-altering procedures to sue those who had pushed these surgeries on them as minors. These permanent life-altering surgeries are being forced onto vulnerable children by radical activists. Mutilating a child's body is not medicine, it's not science, it's not affirming, nor is it care. As we've seen in the recent exposure of the inside workings of a Missouri clinic, children manipulated in undertaking these surgeries are not informed about the life-altering damage being done to their bodies. They're being rushed through the process, and worst cases, outright lied to by the people that this is somehow going to make their lives better or more in order, and that they know better who should be taking care of them instead of their parents when this harm is being caused. Doing this to a child is immoral, and it should be punished with the full force of the law. Children whose lives are permanently altered due to these surgeries should be allowed to sue for damages and put parents back at the rightful place, their God-given right to oversee their children's education, their well-being, their health, and their bodies. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to defend our community banks. You know, for decades, we've had left-wing, out-of-control federal administrations that have been hammering on our community banks to put them out of business. You take Sarbanes-Oxley, Dodd-Frank, or the federal agencies who have been regulating these small community banks to the point to where they either have to sell, close up, or worse, being taken over. You see, these community banks, they are the lifeblood of small businesses. And y'all, small businesses, that's the backbone to this economy. These community banks, they are a part of our community. They're out there in your civic, in your social organizations leading. Their kids go to school with your kids. They're out there on the ball fields helping coach. They're even going to church with you on Sunday. You see, they have a vital interest in seeing the community to succeed. That way they succeed. But yet now we have this woke, extra woke, left-wing administration that has decided to pick winners and choosers and take a different tactic. The tactic they're taking now is to try to scare the consumer to where they'll take their deposits from the community bank and move it over to one of the big banks, to where they can achieve that big government, be-all, end-all for every need and everything you ever need. And that's not America. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't be standing here and I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for my community bank. So I've got two things, Mr. Speaker. Federal government, get off the backs of these community banks. Take your left-wing ideology somewhere else. And to my fellow Americans out there, continue to support your community bank out there. Continue to do business with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Flashea Johnson, a Savannah native and member of the LSU women's basketball team. Flashea was recently named the SEC Freshman of the Year and was also selected to the 2023 SEC All-Freshman team. She is the 4th LSU player to earn SEC Freshman of the Year award honors, the first since 2009. Flashea came to LSU as a highly touted freshman, ranked as the number 26 player in the nation. She made an immediate impact in Baton Rouge, scoring 11.6 points per game and bringing down 5.9 rebounds per game. She was named SEC Freshman of the Week 3 times. In her collegiate debut, she scored 14 points and grabbed 8 rebounds. She also recorded 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal. Through her first week of college basketball, Flachet scored in double figures all 3 games. Congratulations on all of your success so far, Flachet. We're excited to see everything that you will achieve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Nat Legree for his retirement from Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church. For the last 42 years, Nat has been a fixture at Wesley Monumental for his constant service to the church. Most of his work was behind the scenes, but certainly did not go unnoticed as he helped prepare Wesley for worship, study, and fellowship week after week for many decades. Nat oversaw the grounds and in recent years was responsible for maintaining the beautiful garden at Oliver Hall. Nat's dedication to his church community is admirable and has helped create a wonderful, welcoming environment for many. Wesley Monumental Church will never be the same without Nat. On behalf of the Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church family, we are grateful to Nat for all that he has given to our church. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bart Davis, who was named the 2023 Georgia Farmer of the Year at this year's Georgia Ag Forecast. Bart began farming 41 years ago in Doe Run, Georgia, following the loss of his mother and father during his senior year of high school. Since then, he has grown the then 500-acre operation to encompass 5,000 acres. Today, he focuses on cotton, peanuts, and corn while also managing a cattle operation. Bart has made impressive strides in using precision agriculture technology to ensure the efficiency of his farm, including the use of soil moisture sensors in irrigation in the majority of his fields. In addition to the work on his own farm, he has given back in various industry leadership roles. He has served on the Georgia Cotton Commission Board, the Georgia Boll Weevil Eradication Foundation, the National Cotton Council, and represents Georgia on Southern Cotton Growers and Cotton Incorporated. Thank you, Bart, for your continued dedication to your farm and to the agricultural industry. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Tom Fanning and Chris Womack of the Southern Company. Tom is the current chairman of the board, CEO, and president of Southern Company. For more than 42 years, Tom's excellent leadership has helped mold Southern Company into the great company it is today. I would like to thank Tom for his decades of service to Southern Company and the 1st District of Georgia. On March 31st, 2023, Chris Womack will become chairman of the board, CEO, and president of Southern Company. Chris currently serves as chairman, president, and CEO of Georgia Power. Prior to those positions, Chris worked for former Congressman Leon Panetta. I would like to congratulate Chris and wish him well as he prepares to lead Southern Company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes another gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of parents who have the right to guide their child's education and to know what's being taught in the classroom. This body will soon vote on a great piece of legislation, H.R. 5, the Parental Bill of Rights. This bill puts parents in the driver's seat and makes students the priority, not bureaucrats or administrators. It's hard to imagine who would fight against parental rights and school choice. But just the other day, Democrat legislators in my home state of Georgia were trying to stop several successful bills that expand education options for families. Shockingly, their reasoning was that low-income families are too uneducated and poor to have a say over their own children's schooling. If you don't believe me, here are the exact words of Georgia's 67th House District Representative just last week. And I quote, "They," meaning the parents, "are already in the lower 25th percentile, meaning a lot of those parents did not finish high school, cannot direct, and could not finish their own education." She continues, "I am extremely concerned that we would put money in their hands, that entire piece of life in the hands of parents who are not qualified to make those decisions." End quote. Well, I think that's nonsense. The vast majority of Americans, moms and dads, and teachers and students No, that's nonsense. History is littered by governments who thought they knew better, and that people and parents did not know better, much to the detriment of that culture and the ultimate failure of that government. That is why I'm offering 2 amendments to the Parental Bill of Rights. The first one establishes the right of parents to be informed about and consent to participation in any non-curriculum events or activities. We already do this for things that government schools deem important, like field trips, gifted programs, individual education plans, and free and reduced lunches. I believe that parents' rights do not end at the discretion of the administration. Unfortunately, in recent years, some school systems have used the classroom as a bully pulpit to push social engineering instead of learning environments. This is not a partisan issue, and this has got to stop. And the way it stops is keeping parents informed of what happens at school. My other amendment guarantees parents the opportunity to address their school boards regarding any violation of their rights. As we have seen too often across the country, concerns moms and dads have been silenced, thrown out, or threatened when standing up for their children. This is unacceptable. Families need accountability in their schools and a place to make their voices heard. Fortunately, from Georgia to Virginia, from Texas to Idaho, and yes, even from California to New York, we are beginning to put students over systems and the people over a government, just like the Constitution intended. This revolution of school choice and parental rights will help millions of families across America, and we are just getting started. And with that, I yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today. Thank you.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Hear the cries of your people, O Lord. Out of the depth of their suffering, hear their voices, pleading for rescue from the hands of their tormentors, for an end to the violence they endure from the hands of their oppressors, and relief from the poverty they experience in both body and spirit. Let your ears be attentive to the pleas that rise to you from across the globe, from the innocent men, women, and children who are caught in the crossfire of the war in Ukraine, and from the enemy's conscripted soldiers who are forced to fight a war that is not of their own making. Hear the voices of those who dare to speak words of peace and reconciliation into the winds of war, and silence the rhetoric of false claims to the hegemony of property and the control of your people. We wait for you, O Lord, to speak your word. Countless wait on you to reach into their souls and give them reason to hope. More than those who wait in the darkness for the dawn, more than these, do we wait for your power to redeem your children. In your steadfast love, save us from ourselves and from our iniquities. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-30, an act to authorize major medical facility projects for the Department of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2023, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does this gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week is National Ag Week. It's a time where America honors and gives thanks to our farmers, ranchers, and ag workers. Without their hard work and dedication and ingenuity, our nation would not enjoy the rich bounty of food they do grow. However, there are daunting issues that face our agricultural sector. Fuel, water supply, especially in my home state of California, although right now we're very grateful for the massive rain, market conditions, and the trade commitments being enforced, such as the deficit we have with China. Agriculture is essential to the economic well-being of my district, Northern California, and the West. California farmers rely on an abundance of water and low fuel prices to grow the crops we eat. The last several years have seen fields go fallow because California's broken water management system has not been able to deliver the water that was needed. Indeed, if we don't have the water supply, these crops that America receives so much of from California would not be grown. They'd either be imported or not have them at all. It's America's best interest to pursue permitting reform on energy and as well as the regulatory load that we face. We celebrate National Ag Week in order to keep Americans working, fed, and our farmers in the fields. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a team of extraordinary high school athletes from Virginia's 8th Congressional District. 2 weeks ago, Hayfield Secondary School's boys basketball team defeated the Patriot Pioneers to win the Virginia Class 6 basketball title for the second consecutive season. Their hard-fought win was a testament to their collective work and to the energetic, orange-out crowd that traveled down from Fairfax to cheer them on. Hayfield Secondary students, teachers, and administration are the best of our future. They are diverse, brilliant, and creative. And it takes a whole faith-filled community to put together the past 2 seasons, where they had a 62-1 record in addition to back-to-back state championships. Hayfield's win reflects the courage, discipline, and excellent sportsmanship. Congratulations to Coach Carlos Poindexter, to everyone who made this success possible, and to the Hayfield players who brought this championship home. Darrell Holloway Jr., David King, Gregory Jones, Donovan Bass Briscoe, Johanse Owoke, Jahiel Jackson, Braylene Cates, Phoenix Card, Andrew Ramirez Novas, Owen Pottenberg, Ryan Payne, Isaiah Blue, Sean Burton, Parker Cage, Evan Sustin, Landon Judy, Jalen Lemon, and Demarius Duncan. Go Hawkins, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As revealed by the Wall Street Journal on March 10, quote, the Pentagon's budget request seems large, but the figure is only a 3.2% increase. With inflation at 6%, it means a decline in buying power. Compare the growth to the double-digit increases for domestic accounts, 19% for the Environmental Protection Agency, 13.6% for both Education and Energy Departments, 11.5% for Health and Human Services. Defense in 2022 was only 3% of GDP, down from 6% during the Cold War, even though Americans' challenges today are more numerous and acute. Mr. Biden's largest failure is promising his budget will keep America safe instead of leveling about the threats, end of quote. We should have a return of bipartisan support for defending American families. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from Afghanistan to the safe haven of America. Thank you, Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, for the courage to visit Kyiv, Ukraine this week as democracies unite against war criminal Putin.
Wow. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to place in the record the names of 3 Nicaraguan political prisoners who were among those released and sent to the United States on February 23, 2023. Luis Carlos Valle Tinoco, Carla Vanessa Escobar Maldonado, and Yader Antonio Polanco Cisneros joined the massive protests in Nicaragua in April 2018. All were denied due process, imprisoned in deplorable conditions, and refused access to medical care as their health declined just because they disagreed with their government. They were recognized as prisoners of conscience by the Defending Freedoms Project of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, and I was privileged to serve as their advocate. Some Nicaraguan prisoners who arrived here are well-known leaders, but many are not. They have been stripped of their nationality, lost everything, and have a tough road ahead. The Ortega government must be held accountable for its crimes. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to salute our farmers and ranchers as we celebrate National Agriculture Week. In Nebraska, we grow the food, fuel, and fiber we need to feed the world. We are known as the Cornhusker State and the Beef State. We are #1 for cattle on feed, #2 for ethanol production, and #3 for corn exports. We are home to the 4 largest center pivot irrigation manufacturers who help farmers efficiently apply water resources around the globe. These are just a few of the things that make Nebraska the #1 ag state and the #1 in the nation for ag receipts per capita. We are also home to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln's Doherty Water for Food Institute, which is leading the research we need to ensure that our world's natural resources support food security for years to come. As we celebrate Ag Week, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the farmers and ranchers who work hard and sacrifice each day to feed the world, and I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to provide and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I rise to express my love and appreciation for the Pakistani American community. And I'm proud to be introducing a resolution supporting the designation of March 23rd as Pakistani Day. The holiday of Pakistan Day, coming up tomorrow, marks the creation of the world's first Islamic republic. And of course, Ramadan begins at sundown today. So I extend my best wishes for a happy Ramadan to Muslims around the world. Pakistan Day is an opportunity for people of Pakistani heritage, wherever they live, to join with their neighbors in joy and celebration of their culture, their achievements, and their aspirations for the future. We are all enriched by this spirit, and I'm deeply inspired by the contributions of Pakistani Americans who have given their brilliance to my district and to our country as educators, innovators, public servants, organizers, and so much more. Thank you to the American Pakistani Advocacy Group for your work, which makes our democracy stronger. I look forward to joining all those who will be observing Pakistan Day tomorrow from Islamabad to Yonkers. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Fullerton College men's basketball team.
Does the I apologize. Does the gentlewoman? I understand. Does the gentlewoman?
Consent.
Thank you. Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Fullerton College men's basketball team on winning the California Community College Athletic Association's state championship. The Hornets beat out the City College of San Francisco Rams by a score of 83-73. The win marks the fifth time the Hornets have brought home the state title since the school basketball team was founded in 1927. The game was an exciting one, rounding out the team's season record to 30-1 and concluding their 25-game win streak. On behalf of the Fullerton community and the 45th Congressional District, I extend my warmest congratulations to Hornets for this extraordinary accomplishment. You make us all proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
No, fair enough. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1093.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1093, a bill to direct the Secretary of State to submit to Congress a report on implementation of the Advanced Capabilities Pillar of the Trilateral Security Partnership between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as China continues its aggressive posture in the Indo-Pacific, strengthening partnerships to deter Chairman Xi are more important now than ever. I want to thank my good friend, Ranking Member Meeks, for standing with me in support of this bipartisan measure. The Australia, United Kingdom, United States partnership, known as AUKUS, is a long-term security pact to protect peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. The recent announcement on AUKUS implementation only addressed one piece of this partnership, cooperation on conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. But there's much more to this partnership. The second pillar of AUKUS is cooperation on advanced capabilities. The purpose is to collaborate on high-tech research and the application of systems such as hypersonics, undersea capabilities, quantum technologies, artificial intelligence, and much more. This legislation focuses on ensuring the State Department is authorizing technology transfers quickly to fully support implementation of this vital pillar. We are facing a generational challenge from the Chinese Communist Party. We must bring all tools to bear in our effort to counter Chairman Xi's attempts to disrupt the global balance of power. With AUKUS, our 3 nations can achieve the shared strategic goal of defending the Indo-Pacific region while maintaining our technological and military superiority. This bill presses the State Department to take action and account for our arms transfers with the UK and Australia so that we can address any hurdles and act seamlessly now and not wait for a time of crisis or even war. For these reasons, I'm proud of this bipartisan bill, which will begin to address numerous long-standing challenges in our arms exports to our closest allies and potentially serve as a roadmap for working with other close allies and partners. I want to again thank Ranking Member Meeks, his team, and our members for working with my staff to ensure that this bill, in support of a new long-term security pact with our allies, becomes a reality. Mr. Speaker, this bill deserves our unanimous support, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. And
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And I want to thank the chairman and his staff for working collectively in this bipartisan bill at this very important time. Clearly, it's making sure that we're working collectively together with one voice on this serious issue is of utmost importance to all of us in the United States of America. You know, the Biden administration, in coordination with Australia and the UK, recently formalized the Trilateral Security Partnership known as AUKUS, which aims to strengthen shared defense priorities in the Indo-Pacific. This new security framework represents an important step forward to the United States in the Indo-Pacific and for strengthening our shared capabilities in the strategic competition defining our world today and for years to come. Within this broader AUKUS agreement, Pillar 2 advances military capabilities with the intent of developing and enhancing joint capabilities between Australia, the UK, and the United States to improve security and interoperability in the region. One aspect of this pillar is improving and synchronizing processes related to arms exports and sharing of sensitive defense technologies between participants. This includes encouraging and advising our partners on how to strengthen their regulatory frameworks to enable closer cooperation while maintaining appropriate safeguards. H.R. 1093 requires the State Department to report to Congress on its efforts toward implementation of the Advanced Capabilities Pillar of AUKUS, including international traffic in arms regulations and improvements necessary in partner country regulations to enable secure and successful implementation. As the United States looks to build on this important shared security partnerships with Australia and the United Kingdom within the AUKUS framework, I am proud, again, to co-lead this bipartisan initiative with Chairman McCall to ensure we move forward in a meaningful way. As we engage in strategic competition, sharing our defense technologies and capabilities in a safe, secure, and regulated manner with our partners is absolutely critical. Therefore, I encourage my colleagues, all of my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker, with the right to close.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman
I'll
reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, my friend from HASC, Representative Joe Courtney.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to enthusiastically support H.R. 1093, a bill that will identify key parts of our nation's system of export controls that should be amended and expedited to achieve the goals of the new Australia, UK, U.S. trilateral security agreement, which, as the bill states, will, quote, contribute to peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. I want to salute and thank Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, the members and staff of the House Foreign Affairs Committee for moving swiftly in the wake of last week's extraordinary joint appearance of President Biden, Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, publicly revealing our three nations' commitment to a specific, executable pathway to bolster much-needed deterrence in support of an international rules-based order, which today is increasingly under stress. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor to join these leaders on March 13th at Naval Base Point Loma in San Diego for this historic announcement. As was noted repeatedly, it marked the first time since 1958 that the U.S. and the UK pledged to share critical technologies with another country. In addition to sharing nuclear propulsion technology to recapitalize Australia's submarine fleet, the three governments also committed to sharing other security capabilities, including quantum computing, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and hypersonics. Pooling these advanced capabilities will enhance our three nations' capability to protect maritime freedom of navigation and aviation, which have been the pillars of peaceful coexistence in the commons of the seas and the skies since the end of World War II. To achieve the goals of the AUKUS plan, it will require all three countries to use laser-like focus to remove any barriers that might occur from our system of export controls that are not aligned with this new enhanced alliance. Admiral Harry Harris, former commander of Indo-Pacific Command and former ambassador to South Korea, said it best at a recent House Armed Services Committee hearing on the contested environment in the Indo-Pacific. Quote, "I can't emphasize enough how important it is to get through this export control issue with Australia. We could have every good intention in the world, but it will falter if we become bound up by our own regulations."
I give the gentleman another minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We get bound up by our own regulation and by our own regulatory policy. This bill heeds that call by directing the State Department to inventory any and all administrative and statutory barriers to AUKUS implementation and report that back to Congress within 60 days. This is exactly what Congress needs to do. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by foot-stomping the extraordinary bipartisan support that AUKUS enjoys in all three governments and was on full display last week in San Diego. Both the majority and opposition parties in the UK and Australia are rock solid in support of this agreement, and tonight's bill is a strong signal of bipartisan support in the U.S. Congress. Indeed, in the last Congress, we overwhelmingly passed the first ever congressional action related to AUKUS by authorizing Australian submariners to begin joint training at a moored training ship facility in Charleston, South Carolina, and those sailors are here today. Building on that effort, it is of utmost importance that we continue our efforts in Congress and identify opportunities to smoothly implement AUKUS. As the Australian Prime Minister described a week ago last Monday.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield another minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
He said it very well. Quote, a new chapter in the relationship between Australia, the United States, and the United Kingdom is about to begin. A friendship built on our shared values, our commitment to democracy, and our common vision for a peaceful and prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, that is a vision worth pursuing, and that is why I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close if Mr. McCall is.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1093 is an important bipartisan measure which requires the State Department to report to Congress on its efforts toward implementation of the Advanced Capabilities Pillar of AUKUS and improvements necessary in partner country regulations to enable secure and successful implementation. So as we look to build on and implement our shared security partnerships with Australia and the United Kingdom, encapsulated with AUKUS framework, I am proud to co-lead this bipartisan initiative with Chairman McCall. In this strategic competition, the most important of our era, sharing our defense technologies and capabilities in a safe, secure, and regulated manner will only make us all stronger and more united. And I hope that all of my colleagues will join me in support of this very important bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm prepared to close and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With AUKUS, we seek peace through strength. The previous administration laid the groundwork to collaborate with our closest allies and partners in countering China's threat to peace. And our nation stood alongside the UK and Australia for the launch of the AUKUS trilateral partnership in September of 2021. Now, we are prepared to best implement this important program. Through AUKUS, we are declaring that we will not stand idly by for Chairman Xi and other autocratic leaders to dictate when and under what circumstances the strength of our resilience is to be tested. This bipartisan measure is a commitment to our partners. The American people stand with the UK and Australia in preserving freedom. And together, we will uphold the international rules-based order and protect and preserve the right of sovereign nations to defend themselves. In the Indo-Pacific, we have seen how one dictator, Chairman Xi, is defying the free world and threatening to open navigation and the free flow of trade. This week, Xi met with Putin in Moscow, and afterwards, possibly Iran. Chairman Xi chooses to closely partner with Russia, who launched an unprovoked war of aggression with Ukraine, where they're committing barbaric war crimes, as I just returned from Kyiv and from Bucha, where I saw the mass graves. Mr. Putin also has a long track record of war crimes in Mali, in Syria, and Central African Republic. Xi also chooses to associate with Iran, whose Revolutionary Guard Corps is a designated foreign terrorist organization. These alliances are a clear indication that Xi does not seek peace, but chooses to work with those who wish to destroy it. So today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to speak in a unified voice, as we do so often on the Foreign Affairs Committee, with my dear friend, Mr. Meeks, in support of this great AUKUS partnership. Again, this measure deserves our unanimous support. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1093? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in affirmative, what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
And I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and the nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and the nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1159.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1159, a bill to amend the Taiwan Assurance Act of 2020 to require periodic reviews and updated reports relating to the Department of State's Taiwan guidelines.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Taiwan Assurance Implementation Act, my bipartisan legislation to ensure the United States engages Taiwan in a way that deepens our relationship with this important partner. Taiwan faces an unprecedented threat from an increasingly capable and erratic People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping has said that so-called reunification with Taiwan is a core goal of his Great Rejuvenation campaign. And Chinese Communist Party officials have made clear that they are not afraid to use force to achieve this goal. Our own intelligence, Mr. Speaker, our own intelligence community has assessed that the PRC is investing in military capabilities that will enable it to take Taiwan by 2027. But we do not need intelligence to tell us that what we already see. The PRC is flying bombers and fighter jets into Taiwanese airspace and waters, threatening to sanction Taiwanese businesses and harassing Taiwanese government officials. If we are to defeat China's plan to replace the United States as the world's preeminent power, we cannot be ruled by fear. That means boldly standing by our friends and partners, particularly Taiwan. We must increase our economic ties, defense relationships, the political support of Taiwan's democratic system. But unfortunately, our own State Department has often unilaterally censored or restricted its engagement with Taiwan. Hiding behind opacity and red tape hurts our partnership with Taiwan at a moment when we need to be standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies and partners. Any waffling invites bullies like Xi and Putin to push the envelope. This is why the Taiwan Assurance Act, or TAA, was enacted with strong bipartisan support in 2020. But the threat Taiwan faces has only grown since then. This bill amends the TAA to ensure that the State Department's policy of engagement with Taiwan is appropriate to today's geopolitical challenges. We must acknowledge the growing threat Taiwan faces and help build resilience to that threat. I was proud to introduce this bipartisan bill along with the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, who has been an absolute champion for Taiwan for so many years. It received unanimous support during markup by the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in strong support of H.R. 1159, as well as yield myself as much time as I may consume. This legislation, introduced by the Vice Chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Ms. Wagner, and House Foreign Affairs Committee members Mr. Connolly and Mr. Lawler, showcases this body's steadfast bipartisan commitment to Taiwan. As a vibrant democracy and reliable partner of the United States of America, Taiwan has long been a force for good in promoting prosperity and development in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Our robust and long-standing friendship is built on our shared values of democracy and good governance, strong people-to-people ties, and ever-expanding commercial and economic engagement. When I visited Taiwan with Speaker Pelosi last year, the reception we received from the people was nothing short of incredible. We were welcomed with open arms. Thousands of people greeted us as the plane landed. More than that, viewed us as our trip took its way to Taiwan. Our trip demonstrated that members of Congress will not be dictated to by Beijing, and that we will not sit idly by as Beijing attempts to intimidate and coerce our friend. The people of Taiwan showed us tremendous respect and affection, so much so it was in a way that I believe demonstrates their confidence that the United States Congress will continue to stand up for them. In acknowledgement of our deep and lasting friendship, the Biden administration took concrete steps to encourage greater engagement with Taiwan. In April of 2021, the State Department revised its guidelines to liberalize executive branch interactions with Taiwan counterparts in a way that is consistent with our One China policy and honors our longstanding ties to Taiwan as enshrined in the Taiwan Relations Act. This legislation amends the Taiwan Assurance Act of 2020 to reauthorize regular reporting on the State Department's Taiwan contact guidelines. This bill sends a strong message that Congress stands with our friends in Taiwan, that it supports greater engagement and wants to be an active part in strengthening the United States and Taiwan relationship. As the United States and Taiwan look to further enhance our cooperation, facilitating ways to bolster our ongoing people-to-people ties are vital. Not only have our two sides benefited tremendously from our close engagement, but the world stands to benefit as well. So again, I congratulate Representative Wagner, the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Connolly, and Mr. Lawler for coming up with this bipartisan bill, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Jerry Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my dear friend, the former chair and the now ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee for his leadership and his friendship. I also thank my dear friend from Missouri, Congresswoman Wagner, who has served America in many roles, and I thank her for her leadership in today's legislation, a bipartisan piece of legislation that is very timely and very important. This legislation provides an update to the Taiwan Assurance Act, which I was proud to support in 2020, to underscore the importance of U.S. support for Taiwan. The key piece of legislation Congress initiated back in 1979 is, as Chairman Meeks indicated, the Taiwan Relations Act. It was passed at the time I was a young staffer in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and originated out of that committee. And it was designed by Congress to help create architecture, unique architecture, in the bilateral relationship between the United States and Taiwan. It followed immediately after normalization of relations with the People's Republic of China. And it was designed by Congress to make sure that no military solution would be available in the question of the status of Taiwan. The Taiwan Relations Act was designed to put forth parameters and a roadmap to govern our bilateral relationship. And central to that roadmap is Taiwan's ability to defend itself with support from the United States. And that's a promise we made then, and it's a promise we must keep today. As an increasingly aggressive China threatens its neighbors throughout the South China Sea as if it were its own private pond, and as it encroaches on territorial waters and airspace and asserts ludicrous claims that the South China Sea is its Chinese pond, this is the time for the United States and this Congress to reassert our support, our unequivocal support, for the right of the Taiwanese people to decide for themselves how they will manage their affairs and their relationship with Beijing. As president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly for the last 2 years, I was proud to partner with my colleagues in this body and on both sides of the aisle to put China on the NATO agenda for the first time in its 70-year history, believe it or not. This is a crucial moment for the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. It requires a sober and comprehensive understanding of the challenge China can pose to the United States and its security and prosperity, as well as that of the people of Taiwan. In this moment, our support for Taiwan, its people, and its democratic structure is paramount in the face of Chinese aggression. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Again, I thank my colleague from Missouri, and I thank the distinguished former chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee for their leadership, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will reserve and am prepared to close if the gentleman, the ranking member, is ready to close.
I have no further witnesses, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1159 is an important bipartisan measure that reauthorizes regular reporting on the State Department's Taiwan contact guidelines to Congress and encourages greater engagement with our friends in Taiwan, consistent with our One China policy. As a vibrant democracy, a force of goodwill, and a model for the world, Taiwan is indeed a key part of the Indo-Pacific region. It is vital that we find concrete ways to expand and deepen interactions at every level and work together to advance our mutual priorities based on our shared values, strong people-to-people ties, and common vision for the region. Again, I want to thank Vice Chair Wagner, Mr. Connolly, Mr. Lawyer, for coming together with this strong bipartisan bill. And I urge all of my colleagues to join us and support this very important bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. The geopolitical situation surrounding Taiwan is changing rapidly. Our relationship with Taiwan must be flexible enough to meet these new challenges. Unfortunately, the State Department's classified Taiwan contact guidelines are often not conducive to a robust relationship with Taiwan, and Congress has little insight into the decision-making behind these guidelines. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line of this legislation is this. H.R. 1159 would reauthorize the bipartisan Taiwan Assurance Act of 2020, strengthen its reporting requirements, and require greater transparency from the State Department. It would ensure the United States is approaching its relationship with Taiwan in a manner that strengthens our relationships with democratic partners who are under threat by aggressive dictatorships. And it would ask the administration to identify opportunities to lift remaining self-imposed restrictions on engagement. I urge each of my colleagues to support this important bipartisan bill. I thank the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, and I thank the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, for joining me in supporting this unanimously out of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Missouri yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1159? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Here on that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what reason does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 406.
Thank you. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 406, a bill to provide for the treatment of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations as an international organization for purposes of the International Organizations Immunities Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, is of immense strategic and economic importance to the United States of America. This powerhouse region joins the Indian and Pacific Ocean regions and serves as a conduit for global trade. And Southeast Asian states are increasingly vital to the prosperity of the U.S. economy, generating hundreds of thousands of American jobs and investing more in our economy than China and India combined. Home to one of the world's largest and youngest populations and numerous key shipping routes, ASEAN represents the future of growth in the Indo-Pacific. It is an important region that cannot be forgotten and is certainly not forgotten by the People's Republic of China. The PRC is actively looking for ways to expand their footprint in ASEAN, whether it be through infrastructure projects, predatory lending, or police training. A growing number of Southeast Asian countries are no longer believe that China's intentions are benign. Our partners are seeking assurance of U.S. support as they try to maintain economic independence from China and defend their territorial claims in the South China Sea. To strengthen our relationship with Southeast Asian governments and counter PRC influence, we must find ways to deepen our relationship with the ASEAN. The United States has worked closely with ASEAN for more than 4 decades, and 15 years ago, we became the first non-member to name an ambassador to ASEAN. This bill will build on that legacy of cooperation and will enhance ties between the United States and this critical region of the world. It will accord ASEAN representatives in the United States the same diplomatic immunities we provide other regional organizations such as the EU or the Organization of American States. This is a tangible demonstration of our commitment to that organization. And I want to thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro. I want to thank also my good friend from California, young Kim, for introducing this important bill. Together, I had the great privilege of Mr. Castro and myself. We are co-chairs and co-founders of the ASEAN Caucus. I am very sorry that he is unable to join us on the floor today, but want to convey our prayers and very best wishes for his full and speedy recovery, Mr. Speaker. This bill received unanimous bipartisan support during committee markup and deserves our full support today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 406, the Partner with ASEAN Act. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
This legislation, introduced by Mr. Castro and Ms. Kim, and I join what Ms. Wagner said, that we are wishing, of course, that Mr. Castro has a speedy recovery and returns to this body very soon. This legislation will solidify this body's strong bipartisan commitment to deepening our long-standing cooperation with Southeast Asia and facilitate stronger people-to-people ties with this vast, diverse region. Southeast Asia is vital to the United States' national interests and strategic priorities. The 10 Southeast Asian nations that comprise the important regional body of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN, have an outsized role in shaping crucial political, economic, and security developments in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. The United States has long recognized ASEAN's central role in promoting peace, security, and stability in the region. And this bill will allow us to deepen our collaboration and partnership on shared challenges. H.R. 406 underscores the importance of the United States and ASEAN's partnership by authorizing that ASEAN be designated as an international organization with diplomatic privileges and immunities consistent with the International Organization Immunities Act. The IOIA, which was enacted in 1945, is how the United States extends the rights and treatment generally accorded to embassies of countries that have diplomatic relations with the United States to international organizations. This is a long overdue change that our partners in ASEAN, it's a chance for them and the Biden administration strongly supports. With this passage of this legislation, the United States would affirm our long-standing relationship and upgrade our capacity to collaborate with ASEAN. Robust and consistent engagement with Southeast Asia is critical to realizing our Indo-Pacific strategy. This measure ensures that America remains a Pacific power and a critical player in Southeast Asia as we address the challenge of China. So we need to work collectively with ASEAN so that we can tackle shared challenges such as economic resiliency, global health, climate change, and attacks against the rules-based international order. Our partnership with ASEAN will be essential in delivering sustainable solutions to our combined 1 billion people. So again, I urge all of my colleagues to support this strong bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the representative from California, my good friend and colleague, Young Kim, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Indo-Pacific and is the Republican co-author of this bill.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Congresswoman Ann Wagner. Thank you so much for yielding. I rise in strong support of H.R. 406, the providing appropriate recognition and treatment needed to enhance relations partner with ASEAN Act. This is a bill that I introduced with my colleague, Representative Castro. I want to thank Ranking Member Mix and my colleague, Chairwoman of one of our committees, Ann Wagner, but more importantly, your leadership on the ASEAN caucus. Thank you so much for your leadership there. Much has been talked about with the importance of this legislation, but I think it's worth repeating that this bipartisan legislation extends the diplomatic privileges and immunities to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations under the International Organization Immunity Act. Similar international organizations such as the European Union, the Organization of American States, and the African Union currently enjoy these diplomatic privileges, but not ASEAN. As chairwoman of the Indo-Pacific Subcommittee, I believe this legislation is a step in the right direction for improving the Americas' standing in the Indo-Pacific and addressing the economic and security threats posed to the region by the CCP and their Belt and Road Initiative. So to counter the Belt and Road Initiative, we must prioritize trade, economic, and diplomatic relations with Southeast Asian countries. Without meaningful U.S. engagement and presence in the region, we will leave the region little choice but to turn to the CCP, whose conditions for these countries are erosion in democratic institutions and threats to their sovereignty. This bill, while simple in scope, will signal to the region that the United States stands ready to engage in meaningful trade and have more discussions about security and human rights. And I want to thank my colleague and Representative Castro, co-author of this bill, for his work on this legislation. And I repeat, with my colleagues who already said about his condition, I'm sorry that he could not be here to witness this legislation pass the House. So I wish him a speedy recovery and look forward to getting back to work with him once he returns to the House. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from California reserves her time.
Speaker, and am ready to close if the gentleman, the ranking member is ready to close.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 406 is a very important bipartisan measure that affirms the importance of the United States and ASEAN's partnership by extending privileges and immunities under the International Organization's Immunities Act to ASEAN. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I recall myself going to Cambodia to attend the session with ASEAN where they extended the opportunity for us to be official observers at their annual meetings and conferences. So this just emphasizes how the United States has long recognized, and ASEAN also appreciates, our engagement with this diverse regional body and demonstrated strong support for ASEAN centrality. This measure demonstrates our commitment to this organization, and it is very pivotal to the region. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no better way to honor over 45 years of the United States and ASEAN relationships and build upon our partnership than passing this important bipartisan legislation so they know that jointly the United States Congress recognizes the significance and importance of our partnership. So again, I want to thank Mr. Castro. We want him back here soon. And we want to make sure, and Ms. Young, and Representative Young Kim, for their hard work on this bill to send the appropriate message. And I hope that all of my colleagues will join us in support of this very important bipartisan bill. And I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, yields the remainder of his time. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in closing, we have a national interest in sustaining U.S. leadership in Southeast Asia, supporting human rights and respect for democratic freedoms, and articulating our strategic priorities. We will find willing partners in our many friends and allies in the region who share our grave concerns regarding China's growing power. But we must demonstrate that these partnerships are a key U.S. priority. And H.R. 406 sends an important message to the regions. The United States values its important relationship with ASEAN, and we strongly support its mission to promote stability and growth in Southeast Asia. I urge my colleagues to join me, Representative Young Kim, Representative Castro, and the Ranking Member Meeks, along with Chairman McCall, in supporting H.R. 406, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves the balance of her time, yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 406? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri rise?
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of H.Con. Res. 25 and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman will suspend.
I'm sorry, I can't yield, I suppose, until he gives me time. Yeah, that's fair.
The gentleman move to suspend the rules and
yes,
call up. Say that again. And call up H. Conras 25.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 25, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall and the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony as part of the commemoration of the Days of Remembrance of the Victims of the Holocaust.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Every year, the United States joins the world in observing days of remembrance in connection with victims of the Holocaust. The United States Holocaust Museum has organized and led the National Day of Remembrance ceremony in the United States Capitol since 1982. This event brings together Holocaust survivors, liberators, members of Congress, White House officials, and community leaders. As with previous years, the museum is again requesting access to utilize the House's Emancipation Hall. Today, the House will consider a resolution led by my colleague, Congressman David Kustoff, that authorizes the use of Emancipation Hall for a ceremony on April 20th. As part of the Days of Remembrance of Victims of the Holocaust, their planned programming in our halls will be dedicated to the millions of voices, hopes, and dreams that were silenced by Nazi Germany. Their programming will reflect the struggle to retain dignity and humanity in the face of unimaginable terror and violence. It'll also highlight their stories of defiance, resistance, resilience that remind us of what is possible in moments of unfathomable crisis. I hope that today we can unanimously pass this legislation and approve their use of the Emancipation Hall. I commend the continuous efforts of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, and I can think of no better space to honor the lives lost and the battles fought than here in the People's House. We must never forget. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume, and want to thank my friend and colleague, Chairman Stile, for his comments, and I rise in support of House Concurrent Resolution 25. Historically, this resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall for a ceremony to honor victims of the Holocaust has been considered and agreed to by the House with unanimous consent. Because there was universal agreement that debate on this issue was unnecessary. I don't know what has changed, necessitating a debate in the 118th Congress, but I fully support the measure nonetheless. We're considering this legislation at a time when acts of hatred and anti-Semitism are on the rise, not just around the world, but here in the United States. Perhaps even more troubling, anti-Semitism has begun an insidious creep into what was once considered mainstream ideologies and institutions. On January 6th, in a failed attempt to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power and to subvert democracy and the rule of law, violent insurrectionists stormed the halls of the Capitol, some wearing clothing emblazed with vile anti-Semitic slogans and imagery. This is not some distant memory that happened in a faraway country. It happened right here, in this very building, in this very chamber, just 2 years ago. That's why it is so important we reject hate and authoritarianism at every turn to prevent its malignant spread. This resolution does just that by allowing us to honor the memory of more than 11 million people, including 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust. It affirms our commitment to combating anti-Semitism in all its forms and ensures that we never forget the atrocities of the past, lest they are repeated. I urge my colleagues to support House Concurrent Resolution 25, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, reserves the balance of his time. The Speaker recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Steele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would note to my colleague and the ranking member on the Committee on House Administration, Mr. Morelli, I appreciate your work on this. In regards to the question of why bringing this to the floor for vote, I think it's just a moment in time to reflect on the importance of the issue at hand. And to really appreciate and understand the horrors that occurred during the Holocaust. I now would like to recognize my colleague, Mr. David Kustoff, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman and the ranking member for allowing me to speak today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of this resolution that would authorize the use of Emancipation Hall by the United States Holocaust Museum for the Day of Remembrance commemorative event on April 20th, 2023. The Day of Remembrance was established by Congress as the nation's annual commemoration of the Holocaust. Since 1982, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum has worked tirelessly to organize and lead this vital and meaningful ceremony in the United States Capitol. I think it's imperative that we honor the memory, the bravery, the spirit of 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust and the millions of others who perished at the hands of the Nazi regime. We must continue to listen and share the survivors' stories so that we never forget the heinous atrocities that took place. With each passing year, Mr. Speaker, we have fewer and fewer firsthand witnesses and individuals who were there and lost a family member or a friend. Now more than ever, it's critical that we educate the next generation and teach them about the horrors that occurred during the Holocaust so that we never forget. To honor the victims of the Holocaust and pay tribute to the liberators, we work and we must continue to work to keep their stories alive. Hosting the Days of Remembrance commemoration event here in the halls of Congress, it does exactly that. And as we all know, anti-Semitism, as well as hateful rhetoric and incidences, continue to grow here, across the country, frankly, across the world. As members of Congress, we have the ability and the responsibility to combat anti-Semitism and ensure that our children, tomorrow's leaders, are taught about the cruelties that took place years ago. The way that we can do this and to prevent this, atrocities like the Holocaust from happening again, is through education. As Elie Wiesel once said, quote, "For the dead and the living, we must bear witness," close quote. I want to thank Representatives Brad Schneider, Max Miller, and Greg Landsman for working with me on this important measure. And as such, I urge all my colleagues to support this crucial resolution that will honor the victims of the Holocaust by authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall for the Days of Remembrance commemoration. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you again to the chairman and to the ranking member. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the chair's explanation of why we're doing this. I certainly appreciate the gentleman from Tennessee and his hard work. I represent a community, Rochester, New York, which has a significant Jewish population I've worked with for decades, and talked just a couple of weeks ago at Jewish Federation of Greater Rochester about the rise of anti-Semitism in communities across the United States. So I appreciate the opportunity for us to talk about the increase, how we must do everything we can to make sure that we not only remember the past but are cognizant in the present of all the challenges. And with that, appreciate the gentleman, I reserve.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague, the ranking member. As we see a rise in anti-Semitism, now is the time to remember how that can take us in this world down a dark path, in no darker path than the Holocaust. I now would like to recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, for 3 minutes.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. As a representative of one of the largest Jewish populations in the state of New York, I rise today to voice my support for House Concurrent Resolution 25, which would authorize the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony remembering the victims of the Holocaust. It is vitally important that this legislative body and the federal government at large do everything possible to ensure the horrors of the Holocaust are never forgotten and the victims are always remembered. Holding a ceremony right here in the Capitol's Emancipation Hall demonstrates this nation's unified commitment to honoring those who fell victim to an evil ideology of racism, anti-Semitism, and thorough hatred. These ceremonies of remembrance are particularly important now as the generation that survived the Holocaust continues to dwindle in numbers. We must do everything possible to make sure those survivors' stories are told and their perseverance celebrated for years to come. I personally will be observing Yom HaShoah this year by pausing to remember the millions of lives senselessly taken during the Holocaust and thanking those survivors who continue to keep alive their stories. The memories of 6 million murdered Jews and countless other victims of the Holocaust serve as a reminder that evil exists, and we must always stand guard against it and all hatred. Let this Congress always stand firm as a force of good and forever act justly to prevent such evils from ever being carried out again. We must never forget the Holocaust, and this ceremony at Emancipation Hall will keep that spirit of remembrance alive here in our nation's capital and across this nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York yields his time back. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. And the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers on our side. If the gentleman will allow, I'll just close by, again, thanking the chair for bringing the resolution forward. Thank you for my colleagues for offering it. We stand in strong support of this, and I would urge all of my colleagues to support House Concurrent Resolution 25. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will once again urge strong bipartisan and unanimous support for HCON Resolution 25 today on the House floor. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Concurrent Resolution 25? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1093 and H.R. 1159. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic vote will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1093, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1093, a bill to direct the Secretary of State to submit to Congress a report on implementation of the Advanced Capabilities Pillar of the Trilateral Security Partnership between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States.
Thank you. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
1 minute to vote. 1 minute to vote.
On the votes, the yeas are 393, the nays are 4. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is reconsidered and is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1159, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1159, a bill to amend the Taiwan Assurance Act of 2020 to require periodic reviews and updated reports related
the House
to
will
the
be in
Department
order.
of State's Taiwan guidelines.
Did she report it? Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 404. The nays are 7. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Colorado mourned one of its finest public servants this week when we lost former Congresswoman Pat Schroeder. Pat was a pioneer for women's rights, and she was the first woman ever elected to represent the state of Colorado in the U.S. House. For 24 years, she fought tirelessly in this chamber to expand the rights of women, families, and children across this country. She co-founded the Congressional Women's Caucus, and she was the first woman ever selected to serve on the House Armed Services Committee. She championed legislation to protect pregnant workers, women in the military, and she was the driving force between the Family and Medical Leave Act. What made Pat so unique, though, wasn't just the brilliance that she had or her passion for public service. It was her razor-sharp wit. Pat could trade barbs with anybody at a moment's notice on any subject. She could disarm her most harsh critics with humor and grace. And she had an unrivaled ability to light up almost any room she walked into. We can all agree there will never be another Pat Schroeder. I'm grateful for the time I got to spend with her and for the friendship and mentorship she provided to me over all the years. This is something that doesn't happen very often, but Pat was elected to Congress when I was in high school. I never voted for anybody for Congress except for Pat Schroeder and myself.
I like that.
She's a giant whose shoulders we all stand on today, and she will be missed by everybody here, by everybody in the 1st Congressional District of Colorado, and by millions of people whose lives have been made better because of the legacy of Pat Schroeder. Madam Speaker, I now want to thank you for helping me honor the memory of Pat Schroeder by observing a moment of silence. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
Let's hang on. Let's hang on a second. We got 15 people.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the question is consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks. And the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the thousands of Pennsylvania youth who participate in 4-H and celebrate Pennsylvania 4-H Week, held March 12th through the 18th. Last week, counties across the Commonwealth, including McKean and Jefferson in Pennsylvania 15, celebrated the Youth Development Program and the important role that it plays in our communities. 4-H is well-known educational youth developmental program of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, administered in Pennsylvania by Penn State Extension. It is the largest youth organization in the state with over 77,000 members in each of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. In celebration of local 4-H clubs, Jefferson County youth were invited to Brookville's Penn State Extension office for 4-H related goodies and program information. In McKean County, youth promoted their 4-H clubs by decorating window displays in local storefronts, and they also held their annual 4-H benefit dinner and auction. 4-H provides a continuing service in Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District, the Commonwealth, and the nation. And I commend the thousands of youth and adult volunteers who comprise this outstanding program for their club, community, country, and world. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of one of New Jersey's most distinguished state senators. New Jersey State Senator Ronald Rice passed away on March 15th. He spent more than 35 years serving the people of New Jersey's 28th district, and he was the longest-serving black legislator in our state's history. Senator Rice started as a Newark City Council member before he became a state senator, but his service to our community and our country extended beyond politics. Senator Rice was a sergeant in the Marine Corps and a decorated Vietnam veteran. He spent 8 years as a police detective and 4 years as Newark's deputy mayor. As a state senator, he was known for his strong advocacy for social justice and civil rights, and his dedication to equality was known throughout the state. Senator Rice was an exceptional public servant, and I know his work for Newark and the people of New Jersey will be missed. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this past Friday in Savannah, Georgia, we celebrated St. Patrick's Day with over 400,000 people lining the streets of Savannah. And today I rise to highlight the efforts that have been made by Georgia Southern University to strengthen the U.S.-Irish relations. In 2019, the university established a learning center in Wexford, Ireland. The new learning center allows students at Georgia Southern to study abroad in Ireland. It allows them to take classes, experience the culture of Ireland, and examine the long-standing connection between Savannah, Georgia, and Ireland. In addition to aiding students at Georgia Southern, the efforts made by the university have strengthened the Georgian economy. Efforts by the University Center for Irish Research and Teaching have led to the Savannah Economic Development Authority to select Ireland as a partner for various trade and investment delegations. The initiative also helped secure a southeastern U.S. distribution deal for Suverpod, an Irish manufacturer of innovative surveying tools, and a broad-based distribution deal for the Savannah Bee Company into Ireland. I would like to congratulate Georgia Southern University on its accomplishments and thank the universities for its efforts to improve U.S.-Irish relations. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you today to honor the AmeriCorps, to honor AmeriCorps Week and the AmeriCorps members who have dedicated their lives or part of their lives to serving others. I've experienced firsthand the unifying power and impact of national service during both my own service first in the Air Force and then later as a chemistry teacher through the AmeriCorps, Teach for America. It was life-changing, I hope, not just for me. And I was honored this week to be able to visit with AmeriCorps senior volunteers who work in our schools as foster grandparents to see that service is still indeed alive and thriving in the hearts of so many Americans. In fact, since 1994, 57,000 residents of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have volunteered over 79 million hours of time. Service is a critical component in addressing many of the challenges we face as a nation today, including how divided we feel from one another. Please join me in expressing our gratitude to the AmeriCorps Corps members, both past and present, who commit themselves to serving others. Let's embrace national service and challenge ourselves and one another to serve whenever and wherever we are able. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and be unanimous consent to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of Fred T. Macedo. Fred was born in Carlsbad, California on May the 14th, 1944, and attended Carlsbad High School, where he helped win his school's first football CIF championship. In 1965, Fred joined the Laborers International Union of North America, LUNA, Local 89. Fred enjoyed a 37-year career at LUNA, building numerous high-profile projects that had lasting impact on the San Diego region. His legacy can be seen today through his work on the Coronado Bay Bridge, Units 2 and 3 of the San Onofre Power Plant, the San Elijo Water Reclamation Plant, and the Point Loma Water Filtration Plant. After retiring from LUNA, Fred continued his service as president of the Advisory Council, where he was active in community service activities. He has helped to provide a space for retiree members to give back to their union and the broader community. Fred will be remembered for his contributions to the County of San Diego, where he was a friend and mentor to many. His family and community are forever grateful for the contributions he has made in our region. San Diego lost a giant when we lost Fred T. Macedo. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to highlight the realities of the climate crisis as seen in my district and across the state of California. Earlier this year, Los Angeles County issued its first blizzard warning since February 4th, 1989. Unfamiliar wintry conditions resulting in up to a foot of snow with 80 miles per hour winds overtook many parts of Los Angeles County, leaving Californians with flooded homes and no power. In my district, the Baldwin Hills neighborhood was hit with a local state of emergency as a disastrous rainstorm demolished daily rain records from over 100 years ago, causing fatal mudslides. And today in Los Angeles, we suffered a tornado. This is not normal. I cannot stand idly by while Republicans continue to deny the validity of the crisis before us, seen firsthand by my district experiencing disastrous weather patterns not seen for over 3 decades. I have fought for the protection of our environment my entire life and will do everything in my power to work against the actions taken in this very room by my colleagues across the aisle to propagate the climate crisis that, if not addressed, will destroy Mother Earth and her inhabitants. We must take the lessons we are learning in California to heart because this is only the beginning. If this isn't a wake-up call,
time has
I don't
expired.
know what is. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to declare that our calls for gun violence prevention will not stop until we see real action to keep our kids and communities safe from senseless shootings plaguing our nation. 10 years ago, after Sandy Hook, grieving parents came to this place and called for urgent action. 5 years ago this Friday, student survivors of the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School led millions of fellow students in the first March for Our Lives, calling for urgent action. Yet still, here we are, after Pulse, after Las Vegas, Buffalo, Uvalde, Highland Park, Monterey Park, and literally countless other shootings, and so many beautiful lives cut short. This morning, my sister texted me 2 teachers shot at the Denver school my niece and nephews attend. It was their second shooting this year, in addition to 4 other lockdowns. Enough is enough. Together with March for Our Lives, Moms Demand Action, Everytown, Sandy Hook Promise, Giffords, and every other concerned American, we will not stop
time has expired.
our calls for action until our families feel safe in our schools, in our pews, at our stores, and at our 4th of July parades. Madam Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the 9th anniversary of the Oso landslide. On that tragic day, 43 people lost their lives when an entire hillside collapsed, smothering the town and burying it in mud. Washington State was forever changed. Among the victims were a nurse, veterans, even elementary school students. They were parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, and children, and all beloved in their community. And we remember them today. On this anniversary, I'd like to extend my condolences to the friends and family members of those victims. While we cannot change the past, we can honor those who passed away by working toward a safer future. As a representative of this resilient community, I've worked to increase funding for emergency communications and services and supported the National Landslide Preparedness Act, all of which help ensure that we are ready if such a disaster strikes again. People of Oso, my heart is with you today. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Domestic manufacturing has always been a foundation stone of American prosperity and innovation, and that remains true today. I hail from America's industrial heartland of the Great Lakes and Midwest, and our people know firsthand how essential manufacturing is for the long-term health and growth of our country. What America makes and grows America. When manufacturing is at the forefront, working-class families and communities succeed. Together, invention and production lift up economic growth and build a middle class. And that is why I'm proud to reintroduce the bipartisan Office of Manufacturing and Industrial Innovation Policy Act of 2023. This legislation will create an Office of Manufacturing and Industrial Innovation to elevate at the highest levels manufacturing policy. This office will ensure that voices from the manufacturing sector, small business, and labor unions are heard. It's time for the federal government to put American manufacturing and workers first. This bipartisan legislation does exactly that. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is with great admiration that I rise to celebrate Women's History Month and its 2023 theme, Celebrating Women Who Tell Our Stories. This year, I would like to recognize a woman who tells the stories of Gary, Indiana, Miss Dorothy Lavelle, the editor and publisher of the Gary Crusader for more than 50 years. Throughout her career, Dorothy remained grounded in her purpose to serve as an advocate for the African American community. And under her leadership, the Crusader newspaper group became a voting member of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, a federation of the African American-owned newspapers in our nation. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Women's History Month, please join me in recognizing the dedication, perseverance, and contribution of Miss Dorothy Lavelle and so many other extraordinary women who have made to improve our communities through the stories they tell. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the agricultural community is the backbone of Eastern North Carolina. Back home, I constantly hear about the barriers to our farmers' success, which is why during this National Agriculture Week, I proudly introduced the Promoting Precision Agriculture Act with Representative Tracy Mann of Kansas. Precision agriculture includes the use of devices like robotics, sensors, monitors, drones, and more to help our growers increase efficiency, boost crop yields, and lower costs. Madam Speaker, we must deliver for our farmers in rural America to ensure our growers have the resources and tools they need to do what they do best, feed America. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today at a moment when tragically women's rights in the United States have been greatly diminished since last year's Women's History Month was commemorated. While we will continue our month-long celebration and observance of women's history, it is just as important for us to focus on the future that women will face as it is for us to reflect on the achievements of the past. Access to abortion is no longer a constitutional right, full stop. Access to life-saving abortion medication, even in states where abortion is legally protected, is under threat. Teenage girls and young women are facing unprecedented rates of trauma, violence, suicide, and maternal mortality. We still have not achieved equal work for equal pay, and yet we continue our celebration this month with all the same. That is in part what makes this month so special. From Harriet Tubman liberating the enslaved to Vice President Harris, inspiring women and girls across the nation that they too can dream with ambition, lead with conviction, and see themselves in a way that others may not. We're making progress, and our work is not yet finished. In closing, happy Women's History Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we can honor Women's History Month in many different ways, and I rise today to acknowledge women in all walks of life and around the world. But I particularly want to mention a crisis that involves women in my congressional area. Can you imagine the state of Texas attempting to take over the largest school district in our state and the 7th or 8th largest school district, the Houston Independent School District? Why women? Because parents, many of them single household women, teachers, women, support staff, women, cafeteria workers, women who love the children and wonder why a state would eliminate the school board, which, by the way, has the largest number of women as school board members on the Houston Independent School District. There is no definable reason to take over a district that has a C rating and overall, for one school, and overall B+, Chinese immersion school, Arabic immersion school, a art and professional school, virtual arts, and as well children performing after the pandemic. When I met with the parents at this meeting that was being held, they said, why? And they were women. And so I stand with them. We will fight against the takeover, and I'll listen to the women, the parents of the children of the Houston Independent School District. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've had a series of very heavy storms in California. We've gotten a lot of water. And I wanted to take a moment to talk about what is happening to that water. This is a photo I took a few days ago at the Folsom Dam. 20,000 cubic feet is being released per second, where it is sent on its way to the Pacific Ocean. That staggering amount of water is not available to California farmers, businesses, or residents. Meanwhile, state-sponsored billboards tell people to put a bucket of water in their shower so they can save, they put a bucket in their shower so they can save that water for gardening. Restaurants are prohibited from serving their customers drinking water unless the customers specifically ask for it. Here are some of the other emergency drought restrictions that have been in effect. Turn off decorative water fountains. Use an automatic shutoff nozzle on your water hose. Use a broom, not water, to clean sidewalks and driveways. Commercial, industrial, and institutional decorative grass should not be watered. Same for the common areas in homeowner associations. Down here you can see all the enforcement, all the penalties that if you don't follow this. It says here for local jurisdictions, for urban water suppliers, if needed, exercise authority to adopt more stringent local conservation measures. Some local authorities have done just that. The Las Virgenes Municipal Water District began sending government employees into residents' homes to install flow restrictors. Once installed, you're also barred from watering anything outside, and you're not able to use two appliances needing water at once. One resident said you have to take what's called a Navy shower, 2 minutes. In Los Angeles, they have the water police, where municipalities pay individuals to drive around and check for leaky swimming pools, green lawns, or other signs of water use. This is just the beginning. In 2018, the California legislature adopted a statewide limit of 55 gallons of indoor water use per person per day. So a single person living alone can't take a shower and do a load of laundry in the same day. Yet last year, the legislature decided even this was too generous and reduced the allotted water to 42 gallons per day. Then, of course, there's the impact on farmers. For both 2021 and 2022, surface water deliveries dropped by 43%. An estimated 752,000 acres lay idle in 2022. The general manager of the Glen Colusa Irrigation District said, we typically plant 100,000 acres of rice in our district, and this last year we planted 1,000 acres. It's just a massive, massive impact, he said. As a result, $1.7 billion in crop revenues were lost in 2022 and an estimated 19,400 jobs. These drastic sacrifices have been required of Californians because of a supposed lack of water. We prayed for rain, and then the rain comes, and this happens. Here is the overall impact of this image, and others like it throughout the state. So far this year, October through mid-March, the net outflow, this is after pumping, from the Delta into the San Francisco Bay is 11.6 million acre feet. Meanwhile, the state has only pumped 1.0 million acre feet into the California Aqueduct, and the Federal Bureau of Reclamation has only pumped 826,000 acre feet into the Delta Mondada Canal. So with this record precipitation, that means 13% of Delta outflows have been captured. The rest is squandered. If we were able to capture this water, we wouldn't have to worry about floods, and we wouldn't have to worry about droughts. Communities wouldn't be put at risk, farmers wouldn't have to fallow their fields, citizens wouldn't have to take shorter showers. The reason we aren't capturing it isn't because this water is somehow inherently elusive. It's because there's simply no place to put it. California has not seen a new water storage project in at least 30 years, despite many promising potential projects that have been in the planning stages since the 1950s. In 2014, California voters said enough is enough and passed a $7.5 billion water bond. Build water storage, the voters said, yet nothing has been built. In the 9 years since, no significant project has materialized. Endless litigation, mind-numbing bureaucracy, and most of all, a lack of political will have been a recipe for inaction. The executive director of the most significant project, Sites Reservoir, said that my experience is that for every 1 year of construction, you have about 3 years of permitting. It doesn't need to be this way. The massive Folsom Dam, of which this is the auxiliary spillway, holds about 1 million acre-feet of water and took less than a decade in the late 1940s and early 1950s to build. In addition to failing to build any new in-stream or off-stream reservoirs, California has also rejected all but one proposed desalination plant and is taking advantage of a small fraction of the potential for water treatment. And even now, amidst the current record precipitation, our state and federal pumps still aren't operating at full capacity. In short, this uniquely Californian absurdity of alternating or even simultaneous floods and droughts is not some inevitable byproduct of our climate or geography. It is the direct product of political failure. We have more than enough tools at our disposal to have a sustainable, secure supply of water for all users. This image needs to be a wake-up call for California's leaders at the state and federal level. No more excuses. Let's solve this problem now. Let's end this era of floods and droughts, of shorter showers and fallow fields. Let's liberate our constituents from this regime of enforced scarcity and give Californians the abundant supply of water they deserve. This is California's problem, but it affects the entire country. California agriculture feeds the nation and the world. And we could never have become the state that we are, or at least once were, a state that used to lead the country in so many good ways, without the dams, aqueducts, pipes, tunnels, canals, plants, pumping stations built by previous generations. We need to summon the can-do spirit of our forebears. And we don't even need their ingenuity. We just need basic competence. Effective water management was indispensable to California's 20th century rise and is just as indispensable to reversing its 21st century decline. Madam Speaker, this last week, 2 court decisions in California delivered a near fatal blow to one of the worst laws that has ever been passed, the California law known as AB 5, that destroyed the livelihoods of countless people, wiping out hundreds of professions in our state. These court decisions have significant ramifications for 3 matters of national importance. First, the recently reintroduced PRO Act, which seeks to nationalize California's ban on independent work. Second, a proposed Department of Labor rule that seeks to do much the same thing through the bureaucracy. And third, the upcoming confirmation hearings for President Biden's nominee for Secretary of Labor, Julie Su, who as California's Labor Secretary was an architect and lead enforcer of AB 5. The PRO Act, the labor rule, Julie Su. It's a multi-pronged assault on the right to earn a living in America, a concerted strategy to limit or eliminate the gig economy, freelancing, independent contracting, self-employment, and other alternate work arrangements that entire careers are based on and entire industries have been built around. If this strategy is successful, it will be devastating for the American economy and American workers. We know that because of the devastation California has already experienced. When he signed AB 5 in late 2019, Governor Gavin Newsom rendered countless Californians spanning hundreds of professions unable to earn a living in our state. Videographers and caricaturists, transcriptionists and interpreters, technicians and engineers, analysts and consultants, musicians and conductors, artists and dancers, writers and editors, coaches and trainers, teachers and tutors, nurses and doulas, hardly an industry or profession is unscathed. And the consequences go well beyond just the affected professions. To take one example, thousands and thousands of truckers are at risk of being taken off the road, throwing supply chains into chaos. AB 5 is a law so bad that California voters have repudiated it, and the legislature has granted over 100 exemptions to professions with enough influence at the Capitol. These two developments, the clearly expressed will of California voters and the scattershot exemption process, were the subjects of last week's court decisions. In the first decision, the California Court of Appeal unanimously upheld Proposition 22, an initiative passed by California voters in 2020. Prop 22 repealed AB 5 for one category of independent contractors, app-based drivers. Uber, to take one example, was going to have to terminate up to 80% of its drivers because of AB 5 and nearly had to stop operating in our state altogether. Their drivers, who prize the flexibility of being able to simply switch on the app whenever they want to work, were appalled at the prospect of being assigned to fixed shifts, minimum hour requirements, and more if they were able to drive at all. So Prop 22 was proposed to preserve the independent contracting model for these drivers and enable services like Uber and Lyft to continue in California. In November 2020, Prop 22 passed overwhelmingly with 59% of the vote. This is the one time that AB 5 has been subject to a direct vote of the people, and California voters decisively rejected it. Yet tellingly, the special interest groups behind AB 5 then tried to defy the will of voters, tying up the initiative in arcane legal challenges. But last Tuesday, a state appellate court put an end to this anti-democratic nonsense. The court respected the will of voters and upheld the initiative. The justices acknowledged the people of California had chosen to overturn AB 5 and protect independent contracting. So for the dozens of Democrat members of Congress sponsoring the PRO Act, take notice. Your position is at odds with the voters of even my own very blue state. There was a second decision on AB 5 last week of perhaps even greater significance. This one, also a unanimous ruling, was from a federal appeals court. Overruling a district court decision, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals held in favor of independent contractors who alleged AB 5 violates the United States Constitution. Specifically, it is an equal protection violation. By granting over 100 exemptions to AB 5, the court wrote, the legislature has not only refuted its own justification for the law, but it has picked and chosen who is allowed to work and who isn't without any rational basis. Indeed, the court referred to the, quote, piecemeal fashion in which the exemptions were granted, saying this, quote, lends credence to plaintiffs' allegations that exemptions were the result of a lobbying and backroom dealing as opposed to adherence to the stated purpose of the legislation. The court wrote that who is subject to the law and who isn't could plausibly be, quote, attributed to animus rather than reason, and that the state's policy of now enforcing AB 5 on some but not others borders on corruption, pure spite, or naked favoritism. For this reason, the court found that the constitutional case against AB 5 passes the rational basis test, which is notoriously difficult to pass. Under that standard, a court will only strike down a law if there is not any reasonably conceivable state of facts that could provide a rational basis for it. In this case, the court explained that even under this fairly forgiving standard of review, we conclude that plaintiffs plausibly alleged that AB 5 violates the Equal Protection Clause. Why in the world would a law that, per the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, lacks any rational basis be transformed into national policy, ensnaring millions of Americans in its web of corruption, animus, and economic failure? Why would we take a law so bad that legislatures felt the need to unconstitutionally award 100 exemptions to their friends and say this is our model for the American workforce? There is no good reason at all. No good reason why a law that the voters of Deep Blue California rejected should be the template for national labor relations, as the PRO Act seeks to do. No reason why a law that cannot be justified by any reasonably conceivable state of facts should be imposed by executive fiat nationwide, as the Biden administration's labor rule would do. And no reason why an architect and ruthless enforcer of that law, former California Labor Secretary Julie Hsu, should be elevated to the highest labor office in the land. Julie Hsu's historic failure to deliver unemployment checks to millions of Californians, along with her allowance of the largest fraud of taxpayer dollars in history, are easily disqualifying from the standpoint of competence. But it is her mistreatment of California workers through the ruthless enforcement of AB 5, even during the COVID shutdowns, that truly makes her unfit for this position. The voters of California repudiated Julie Hsu with the passage of Prop 22. Two separate appeals courts repudiated Hsu with last week's decisions. It is time for President Biden to withdraw this nomination, and if he refuses, I urge the United States Senate to join California voters, California judges, and federal judges in rejecting this nominee. Madam Speaker, in recent weeks, my district has lost several of its most distinguished citizens. I wanted to share a few words about their lives and the legacy they have left in our communities. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to honor the life and memory of Rex Heim, a committed public servant, veteran, native Californian, and friend to many. Rex's life was guided by a commitment to serving others and a work hard, play hard attitude that endeared him to people across California. In fact, Rex's habit of regularly walking the halls of the state capitol in Sacramento and testifying in a Hawaiian shirt rather than the customary suit and tie was, by some accounts, single-handedly responsible for relaxing the dress code at the Capitol building, which is appreciated by many. Rarely would Rex let a meeting or conference call end without making everyone laugh and lightening the mood of the conversation. Rex also spread joy to others through serving as the chair, vice chair, and board member at the Calexico State Fair for over 20 years. His passion for bringing joy to others through the fair was widely recognized as 5 different governors from both political parties continued to appoint Rex to the California State Fair Board. Rex's service to his community and country extended far beyond the fair. He served in both the Army Reserve and California National Guard, retiring as a major in 1990. Rex was also a member of the California Task Force on Violence Prevention, a regent of the University of California, and president of the Cal Aggie Alumni Association. Apart from his community work, Rex worked as president and CEO of the California Business Properties Association for 37 years, and was often instrumental in protecting taxpayers and helping craft legislation that served as models for states across the country. I am honored to have known Rex. He was a devoted husband and father, and our community in California will never forget the impact that Rex Heim had and continues to have on our lives through his service, advocacy, and work throughout his 75 years. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of Martin Harmon, a philanthropist, entrepreneur, and beloved member of the Roseville community who passed away in February at the age of 88. Martin lifted the lives of thousands of members of the community through his charitable foundation, which supported hospitals, churches, cancer research, substance abuse programs, the arts, disaster relief efforts, and children's programs throughout the Sacramento area. He impressed upon his family the importance of making a positive difference, and is survived by his cherished wife, Catherine Harmon, 9 children, 33 grandchildren, and 29 great-grandchildren. Martin also embodied the American entrepreneurial spirit. He started his career at age 9 by selling cookware door to door during World War II, and later parlayed his experience working behind a butcher's counter into opening his own market and meatpacking company as a teenager. At the age of 27, Martin purchased his first nursing home in Auburn, which presaged his future as a developer and contractor. Martin's wide-ranging developments, from medical office buildings and shopping centers to subdivisions and apartments, leave behind a profound legacy for his children and grandchildren. I was honored to know Martin, and our community will never forget the impact that Martin Harmon has had and will continue to have on our lives for many, many years to come. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to honor the life and memory of Dr. Paul Dugan, a committed physician and pillar of the Roseville community who sadly passed away in February at the age of 92. Dr. Dugan served countless members of the Roseville community and Sacramento area through his work as a physician. His passion for caring for others through medicine, sparked by an early affliction of polio, is abundantly clear through his life's work. Ever since moving to Roseville in 1963, Dr. Dugan regularly spent weekends making house calls and serving uninsured patients, friends of patients, and tirelessly advocating for public health awareness. Paul and his wife Olga even started the first ever mass CPR training program, Start a Heart, in 1978. The program ran continuously for 19 years and was later replicated as CPR Saturday across the country and internationally by the American Red Cross. Dr. Dugan doubtlessly saved countless lives through his leadership in organizing and executing the Start a Heart program and his service as a physician. Dr. Dugan's passion for serving others extended beyond medicine and beyond Roseville. Dr. Dugan served on the Roseville Planning Commission, helping shape Roseville into the city it is today. He served as president of the Roseville Chamber of Commerce and was recognized by community members as Roseville's Citizen of the Year in 1978 and 1992. Dr. Dugan was also selected to serve on the California Board of Medical Examiners by both Governor Ronald Reagan and Governor Jerry Brown, and he assisted in credentialing the UC Davis School of Medicine. I was honored to know Paul, and our community will never forget Dr. Paul Dugan and the tremendous impact he has had on his patients as residents of Roseville through his service as a physician and leadership in the community. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of Greg Van Dusen, a pillar of the Sacramento area community. Greg was born in Sacramento in 1950, and from an early age had a passion for serving others and for sports. Greg's service and leadership was recognized by his peers after he served as student body president in 1968, and he later served a 12-month combat tour in Vietnam. After returning from Vietnam, Greg combined his passion for service and sports by working tirelessly to facilitate the move of the Sacramento Kings from Kansas City to Sacramento in 1985. As a result of Greg's efforts, generations of Sacramento area residents have become die-hard Kings fans, although admittedly it's been pretty tough in many recent years. But the team's somewhat unexpected success this season, I think, is a tremendous tribute to Greg. Greg was also a devoted father and grandfather, helping shape his 3 sons into the men they are today. He always looked forward to visits from his grandkids, attending their sporting events, and teaching them life lessons. His son, Brett, remembers him as a brilliant mind, a hardworking, compassionate father and grandfather, and always willing to help anyone who asked. I was truly honored to know Greg. He was a good friend, and our community will never forget the impact that Greg Van Dusen has had and will continue to have on our lives through his passion for serving others. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to honor the life and memory of Alan Zarenberg, a beloved member of the Sacramento area community and a kind-hearted public servant. Alan's impact has been felt for over 40 years at the California State Capitol, including for 23 years as president of the California Chamber of Commerce. Alan held a deep commitment to forging constructive compromise with anyone willing to help deliver results for the people of California, listening respectfully and kindly to everyone's opinions, and building trust through honest deal-making, the very embodiment of how politics ought to be practiced. His work, among many other results, helped ensure that significant investments were made in infrastructure and in caring for Californians' mental health. Alan also served several California governors in a variety of roles, including Governor George Deukmejian and Governor Pete Wilson. Alan also served our country as an Air Force officer during Vietnam. During the war, he was a captain and flight navigator in the KC-135, responsible for refueling spy planes. His time in the Air Force informed his approach throughout his life's work, from calmly managing a crisis to learning how to get the job done no matter the obstacles at hand. Apart from his service, Alan is also remembered as a kind individual, often making pizzas from scratch for friends at his home in Loomis. I was truly honored to know Alan, to work with Alan, and people throughout California will never forget the impact that he had and will continue to have for many, many years to come.
Does the gentleman from California yield back? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the dedicated men and women of the United States Coast Guard Sector Long Island, located in NY3, that stretches from Eaton's Neck and just beyond Kings Point. It is one of the oldest Coast Guard stations in New York and the fourth oldest in the United States. They carry out humanitarian services such as rescue. They carry out humanitarian searches such as search and rescue. They are maritime security, which is their top priority, along with port security. They are the law enforcement service branch of the United States Armed Forces, and the United States Coast Guard is the largest and most powerful Coast Guard in the world that rivals most navies. During 9/11, these unsung heroes evacuated some 565,000 people from Manhattan who chose the water route to escape NYC. In addition, their search and rescue ops increased by 35% since the pandemic, with a 22% increase in fatalities. While keeping vigilant of our coasts, they also take the fight to gun, drug, and human smugglers out on the high seas. All their missions, related activities, is being carried out despite a $4 billion backlog in infrastructure, including the old station building at Eaton's Neck, structural issues with the U.S. Coast Guard station in Saugerties, as well as flooding, mold, lead, and asbestos issues at each of the U.S. Coast Guard stations on the South Shore. Because of these conditions, the Coast Guard staff must clean up the basements late at night instead of getting proper sleep after handling search and rescue operations all day. As you can see, these are the conditions behind me of what the men and women who service our country honorably have to endure. While all of this is being carried out with about 100 reservists and 40,000 members, some of whom have difficulty receiving mental health services, being stationed at some of these facilities can become a long and lonely mission due to long winters and very little social life. Sadly, they are also pay and housing issues. Some U.S. Coast Guard staff are utilizing food pantries and have difficulties finding affordable housing within enough driving distance of their station. This results in a morale and recruiting issue. Lastly, there are some 3,000 offshore wind turbines that are coming and posing a major concern for the Coast Guard when it comes to performing search and rescue. Their helicopters would have to carefully navigate a waterway during a rescue operation without getting caught up in the wind turbines, in addition to Coast Guard vessels having difficulties with their radar capabilities navigating in and around these windmills. I would also like to add that the construction of these turbines can take up to 15 to 20 years to build, resulting in an expected 1,800 transits up in the Hudson River from the Port of New York and out to sea. This places a huge responsibility on the shoulders of the Coast Guard to ensure the safety of all those types of boaters and vessels. I highlight these concerns because they operate under a limited budget. They deserve proper pay, rest, housing, medical, as well as mental health. And above all, our sincere gratitude. These dedicated men and women are truly the unsung heroes of our military force who protect our coasts, protect our economic and security interests abroad, saving thousands of lives a year at sea, and providing emergency response to both man-made and natural disasters. The Coast Guard ethos are in service to our nation with honor, respect, devotion to duty. We protect, we defend, we save. We are Semper Partus. We are the United States Coast Guard. I thank the U.S. Coast Guard for their dedication to protecting our coastal borders and keeping those at sea safe from harm. Madam Speaker, most of the world, most of us would take this for granted and never think twice about the water we drink. We assume it is safe and that the contaminants have been filtered out. I am here to address the water contamination concern that is affecting communities within New York's 3rd Congressional District. The village of Farmingdale is an incorporated village on Long Island in Nassau County. The village is serviced by 2 different water utilities, the Village of Farmingdale Water Department that serves approximately 9,500, and the South Farmingdale Water District, which serves approximately 45,000 residents. One of the water plants is already impacted by contaminants, and the second is in danger of approaching contamination within 11 months. PFAS substances, which are commonly known as PFAs, are chemicals used for their waterproofing and stain resistance. They typically can be found in a variety of products such as fabric conditioner, firefighting foam, and older styles of Teflon. They are also known as forever chemicals that never break down in water and soil and accumulate the persist in human body, that accumulate and persist in the human body. Health effects from PFAs can vary according to the CDC. PFAs may lead to high cholesterol, increased risk of kidney cancer, liver problems, and disease in birth weight. Currently, the village of Farmingdale is trying to address these emerging contaminants, including 1,4-dioxin and PFAs that are emanating from plumes in the aquifer from various hazardous waste sites outside of the boundaries of the village. The village is in the process of constructing and advancing oxidation plant, AOP, and granulated activated carbon filters to remove PFA and 1,4-part dioxin compounds at this location. In reality is, in 11 months, 9,500 people in the village of Farmingdale are at risk of having no access to clean water if we do nothing about it. Unfortunately, these contaminants have already impacted one of the water supply wells located at Eastern Parkway, where the village operates a 1.73 million gallon per day well, also known as Well 1 of 3. As a result, Well 1 of 3 has been offline since July of 2021, and the village of Farmingdale has declared an emergency. In December of 2019, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation directed the installation of sentinel wells near the village of Farmingdale's boundaries, which is a short distance of approximately 1,500 feet of both water plants, to monitor the toxic plume and the impact. A sentinel well is a groundwater monitoring well located between a known area of groundwater contamination and drinking water supply well. This pending contamination necessitates that the village of Farmingdale implement costly filtration systems not just for Well 1, but also for the 2 remaining operational wells, 2 and 3. Farmingdale's most recent sample indicates a significant increase in contamination concentrations of the 2 remaining operational wells. Concentration in these sentinel wells exceed the current standards. Concentration of 1,4 parts dioxin have risen from 1.7 ppb parts per billion in June of 2021 to 3.4 parts per billion in March of 2022. In 2017, a nonprofit known as the Environmental Working Group collaborated with scientists to aggregate and analyze data from 50,000 local water utilities in all 50 states. For the village of Farmingdale, the group discovered 6 contaminants across the supply between 2012 and 2017. The following contaminants include corium, nitrate, nitrate, radium, arsenic, and radium. For the village residents, the business to have a safe supply of potable water, the village is preparing contingency plans which will also have a significant financial impact on this small village. This is just one small community facing contaminated water, and unfortunately, they are not alone. While I am pleased that New York became the first state in the nation to adopt drinking water standards, but at the federal level, we should be doing more to invest in our water infrastructure improvement projects. Clean water should never be a luxury to any community. In fact, clean water should always be a right to every American citizen. Madam Speaker, today, I have to defend the taxpayers living in Nassau County. As Long Island becomes less affordable and inflation disrupts our everyday lives, Long Islanders are struggling to pay taxes. Our homeowners in Nassau County are now being required to pay an additional 2.06% in school taxes for 2023 through 2024. Nassau County ranks amongst 8 counties nationwide with the highest median property tax, which consists of 60% in school tax. One of the more affluent school districts in New York 3, Jericho, is proposing a 2.77% tax increase. The district will pay an additional $2.6 million in health insurance, along with $700,000 more for public school bus transportation. This is why the taxpayers of Long Island would greatly benefit from my bill, H.R. 1360, the Salt Relief Act. All taxpayers need a buffer, especially during times of economic hardship. My bill is designed to keep money in taxpayers' wallets while keeping residents on Long Island. I'm calling on my colleagues to co-sponsor my bill and consider what is at stake for all American families. I'd like to take the time to congratulate Emily Kim and Kevin Zhu of Jericho High School on becoming finalists in the 2023 Regeneron Science Talent Search. Both Emily and Kevin had the experience of presenting their research for a week in the nation's capital and were awarded $25,000 based on their research skills and promise as scientists. Emily and Kevin were chosen to compete out of 1,949 students from 628 high schools across 48 states, Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, and 4 other countries. Emily's project studied activated carbon and its potential to treat the wastewater produced by the fast fashion and textile industries. Kevin Zhu's project studied change in DNA associated with neurological disease and how the changes can serve as a measurable indicator for future cancer blood tests. These extraordinary students, although very young, have set the bar for the many likely to follow in their footsteps. Now, more than ever, scientific research and STEM skills are vital to solving some of the world's most complex problems. Bright minds such as Kevin and Emily's are the cutting edge of the breakthrough discoveries. Congratulations to you both, and may you have a great success in the future and in your career. I'd like to congratulate the Manhasset Indians girls basketball team for their outstanding performance this month. On March 11th, they played an impressive game and what many argue to be the most competitive game all season. With just 70 seconds left and what appeared to be their certain defeat, the girls gave it their all and scored 6 straight points, including an astonishing free throw from senior grad Caitlin Barrett. Their junior forward, Lauren Perfetto, scored 12 points and grabbed 11 rebounds in what some have called the best game of her career. The girls tied the game at 45 and went into overtime, then wrapped the game with a 3-point lead. With demonstrated composure, resilience, and teamwork, the Manhasset Indians set the bar in athleticism. I know that you work so hard, and thank you for making this historic mark in Manhasset's history. Keep your chin up, ladies. Congratulations to the Manhasset Indian girls basketball team. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to serve in the House of Representatives, and it's an honor to represent the constituents of the 3rd Congressional District of New York and to come here every day and fight for the interests of our constituents. I want to thank the Speaker and the staff for all your work and for all the dedication to the American people. And with that, I'd like to yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
I move that the House do now adjourn, Madam Speaker.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.